Hello, everyone.
Alright. They've subscribed for 40 months.
Redshift, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 40 months. That's this many. Thank you. Okay. Let me explain a little bit here for those of you who don't follow the Discord server. Trying to think about how I want to do this. All right. I'm going to try and make this short so that it can just be clipped, because I really don't want to have to say this over and over again. And after today, I'm actually going to add a Nightbot command for this. So first off, I muted the deck talk for a second. All right. There. Okay. Here we go. Last Friday, I had to have Goliver put down, my cat. He was my fuzzy buddy, and he made it to 21 years. He was absolutely incredible, and he will be dearly missed. Unfortunately, he has had chronic kidney failure for a long time, starting in February of this year. And he also developed last month, we didn't know this until last week, heart failure. And those two treatments are incompatible. I had been hand feeding him extremely frequently, trying to build up his strength, and it turned out that that was actually what I thought was him gaining weight and muscle mass was abdominal fluid buildup that was going to make his life miserable. So we had to make the difficult decision. He will be severely missed. There's the 1-minute version. So that was one of the hardest things that I've ever had to do. Yeah. So there's been a lot of recovery. And yeah, I also had to get a video done, because it's been a month and a half at this point. So today is Saturday. I will be releasing the video on the Autopublisher. So yeah, he will be So missed.
Jason 5, the poor stooge, says it's never easy. You're gonna be okay, bud. CHER 100.
End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Jason. I'm just going to wiggle the pot. That'll probably fix it. So, all right. Here's the real plan for today. There is no plan. I haven't had time to think, period. So what I'm kind of feeling, really like introductory shot of the robotic arm. Oh yeah, where it's pointed up. Yeah, that was kind of the idea for a while, but yeah, really difficult. Cheer up. I don't think you understand the magnitude of that cat in my life. But yeah. So anyway, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I don't really have like an actual solid plan for today. I have like a weird offshoot plan. All right. SKCG valid for 90 cents. That's it?
CHER 300.
End of line.
RHK, thank you for the 300 bits. Are they like still counting or something? I haven't been keeping tabs on that. Also, apparently I'm going to turn down the duck talk.
CHER 100.
End of line.
Ruby
Yeah, I don't know.
subscribed with Prime.
End of line.
Yeah, I think the spot that the knob has been at for a while is just dirty or something. DD Opez, thank you for the 100 bits. And Dr. Doobie, thank you for the Prime. So wait, Drooby, thank you. Sorry about that. There's someone else that has a very similar name to yours. Thank you for the Prime sub for the first time there. First quick checks, got it. 97%. Okay. Well, MB, I appreciate it, but I have not ready to talk about it, really.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits.
100 finding out Deck Talk has a dirty knob is not what I expected today.
End of line.
Follow X, thank you for the tier 2 sub and for 42 months. I appreciate that. All right. Yeah, all right, let's go over what the weird project I want to do. I know that the title says one thing. I would like to get to that today, but we got 4 hours of time, so we'll see how this goes. All right. There was a post on Mastodon. Someone found out that these cameras exist. This is a Panasonic SuperDisk camera. I have 2 of them. They work. And they just wanted to see a photo of, well, anything taken with the camera. And I wanted to do that. So I took some photos. I don't have the USB cable for this camera. How do I get a file off of a SuperDisk?
Rich Files subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 8 months, currently on a 6-month streak. And says it hurts, I've been through it, You always remember the good times, They were all good boys and good girls, Minkawawa Minput.
End of line.
Oracoon says CHER 100-GREAT. Now I need to steal Shelby's LS-120' for my drive.
End of line.
Rich Files, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 8 months. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Pulls Super Drive off shelf. Well, I mean, I got a SuperDisk drive right here. Actually, this is an IDE SuperDisk drive. These are like the most desirable ones. I have another one that's plugged into my workstation computer, but I don't know if it actually works on Linux, so that's the problem. What's a SuperDisk? It's like a floppy, but cool. There's another thing I have. Let me go grab it. I don't know if it's usable in any way. I haven't looked at it that closely, but it's one of those things where it's like, you know what? I'm keeping that because maybe one day it'll make sense, and that might be today. Where is it? That is not it. Did it fall off to the side? Ow, that's scratchy. That's not it either. What is that? Is it gonna be here? No. Pretty sure I'm close. Give me just a moment to look here.
Belgium subscribed with Prime. They subscribed for 32 months and says good evening.
Oh gosh.
Message this time. Just nice to see you back.
End of line.
Oh gosh, that stuff's not going well. Hold on. How is this not? Oh god. There. Let's just put that there. Ben, thank you for the 32 bits. We'll get back to. Oh wait, I didn't get this mistaken, did I? I thought I had like a Lenovo LS240 drive that's in one of those removable things, but I just pulled out a Zip 250 and I'm wondering if I got them mixed up now. Huh. I would say, why couldn't the camera use zip disks? Those are way easier, but LS120 is so much cooler. So screw zip disks. I don't know where it is. I give up. All right. One moment. Cable's being a pain in the butt. Oh. LS240 was the only USB drive. That's not true. LS120 came in a Mac drive that was USB. I may have one. I can go look in another room. Let's see. Let me catch up here. LS120 also works 720K and 144. Yep. It's 120 meg floppy disk. Drives are backwards compatible. Kind of, yeah. How many pictures fit on a disk? It was telling me 170 some. But yeah. SuperDisk is zip disk. In the generic sense of the term, yes. Vontres, thank you for the 100 bits. LS120s make exciting noises. Kinda, yeah. Yeah, LS120 disks are the same exact physical dimensions as a regular floppy disk. Okay. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. And Ben, thank you.
100.Sony. Look, floppycam.Panasonic.
HOLT period. Oh, you are safe, mate, by your command.
Ben, thank you for the Prime sub and for 32 months there. And Vontres, thank you for the 100 bits. That time it looks like it actually went through. So Dziak is spoiling it. So yes, the Sennheisers are dead. Long live the Sennheisers. I am now using a Sennheiser Profile Wireless. That is the mic transmitter digital microphone set, because the interference in the analog ones was just unsolvable. So yeah, it sounds great. Yeah, that was kind of the idea. Oh, cool. I took photos, so now my phone's going to make notification sounds forever.
For 32 months, currently on a 32-month streak. And says one finger, please.
End of line.
Schmide, thank you for the 32 months. My luck is 10 minutes late and they were doing camera stuff. Well, slightly. Needs tweaking. I mean, always, doesn't it? It looks like it's too loud. This is the first time I've attempted to run it through this. I can go turn a knob on the Tascam, and that'll solve that. Let's see here. Yeah, it is peaking a little bit. I don't know what happened there. The Tascam just like didn't even recognize that it existed when I started it up this morning. So I don't know what was going on. All right, that looks like it's probably better. Okay, so this is more normal talking. Okay, we'll go with that. See what that's like. That should peak a lot less there. Looks like it's tickling up into the highs. Let me turn it down just a little bit more, because what the Tascam apparently considers hot is different from what OBS considers hot, and the OBS hot is the more important part.
They subscribed for 28 months. And says during the break in streaming I managed to binge Avery Ross's Game Dungeon episode.
End of line.
Digital Ice Age, thank you for the 28 months there. That's count of fingers, that's that many. Yeah, he makes the, oh, it's this many. No, it's that many. He makes great videos. Yeah, they're awesome. Let's see. Aim for -6. That's not how it works. Anyway, it looks like this is probably acceptable right there. Okay. Let's see. Actually, I think I hit -6 maybe-ish. All right, you know what'd be really easy is if I actually had a USB cable that worked with these. So these take the USB cable that looks like the FireWire 800 port, but I don't have that. Ugh. There's nothing wrong with the coffee. It's just all of it. Okay. Had a resort with Majenko while you were gone. Even for old Python, but don't tell him I said that. Okay. It's always spicy mini coffee, yes. Let's see, but that's against the constant 16 kilohertz. It sounds amazing now. Well, that's good. All right. There might be some waveform equalizer tuning that I need to do in the ATEM because it was set up for the other one. Also, I'm using the exact same microphone. These support the locking microphone connection, so I'm able to use that because, I mean, they're Sennheisers. I went with the Sennheisers for many reasons. Here's another interesting thing. So this contains the other microphone, so we now have stereo. Weirder though, they let you use it like this as a big mic. There's even a windsock you can put on top of it, so you can do on the street interviews and hand it to people. Okay, that's off now. Still waiting for 19-inch rack backpack. Yeah. Well, we don't need that now, Dziak. So was it terribly expensive? Yeah, it was. I have no idea what Jolt is. It's actually kind of cool. It is. The other thing is this is actually a battery charger pack thing. So you plug in USB-C there, and then it can charge the receiver and the two transmitters all at once. So, all right. Let's go mess with Linux nonsense for a little bit. See if we can figure out how to read a SuperDisk on Linux. Okay, for those of you asking what the USB port is, I can just show you. In theory. Because, no, it's not just mini USB. You know what would help is if I plug power into the camera, because I took the battery out of it this morning. So I thought, oh, it's an LP6F or whatever. I can just put that in the Panasonic camera and it'll work great. And then the Panasonic camera was like, hold my different power pin layout. There you go. Like I said, it's one that looks like a FireWire 800 port. An iLink port, however you want to think about it. The first non-official mini USB. Oh, okay. Interesting. Seems to look like mini 4-pin. Mini USB is a very definitive thing that is not that.
Ultimate says CHER 100T-HESE are very strange looking CT changers or are they going to be strapped to the top of the robot to take rubbish pictures of discs? Or maybe the stream title is out of date.
End of line.
No, the stream title is just, you missed the intro. So that's on you, sorry. I just want, here's the thing you missed, Ben. I have photos on this SuperDisk. I want the photos off of the SuperDisk.
100 stream title is for future Shelby.
Yeah, that's our ambition. We'll get to that today, hopefully, maybe. Okay? So I have an IDE SuperDisk drive connected to this computer. I don't know how to actually...
They've subscribed for 7 months.
IDE.
End of line.
This is a side quest, yeah. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. And Holla, thank you for the Prime sub and for 7 months there. I can look at that, Helen Croft. I mean, I might end up just doing that because it'll be kind of annoying. Maybe I should just buy a couple, presuming that they're like $3 or something. Haha. I swear I have some here. I just haven't been able to find them. Mini disc with photographs on it, wouldn't mind recovering someday. Just knew which unlabeled mini disc it was. Ugh. Also, internet is like super duper bad, but technically working. 1,000 millisecond. Yeah, so it's I don't know what's going on there. Look at, have you ever seen a 6-second ping? Pop the disk in, it should show up in the file manager. So then it's not working. Got it. Only on Mars, yeah, right? Yeah, so how do we like tell that it's working? Like, how can I see that it's actually in here? LS, PCI, because it's not going to show up in this. Right? SATA controller.
Says I did live with the stable 30s ping to the gateway once CHEER 101.
End of line.
D-message? Yeah, we can check that. Oh, the Amazon thing finally loaded.
You need to feed the pigeons by your command.
I mistyped my password, which is really bad because it's not password, the word password. Oh, that's cool. I'm sure that's important or something. La 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 la. Okay. Let's see. Has to be on a real IDE controller? Yeah, it is. I did try the USB one. It didn't show up at all. Hold on. I'm just going to add this to my cart right now. I'm pretty sure I'm logged in. Yeah. I'll order that tonight. So, fun thing about the new mics. There's no mute switch. Kinda sucks. I didn't think about that before I bought them. Not happy about that. So, there's a chance I might order like a screw-in locking mute switch. I left my coffee over there. Let's see. Attach, SCSI, removable disk, SDC, SDB, SDF, media removed, stopped pulling disk. So SDF maybe? So why does fdisk dev...
As the pizza says CHEER 500.
End of line.
SDub Texas, thank you for the 500 bits. I really appreciate that. Some Linux systems dropped LS120 support. Boo! Is it optional, extra? Basically, the host model will have on-off switch. The Rhodes didn't have that. I don't think it's a common thing on the digital ones. Been warned at least one of the USB versions didn't have drivers from more OSs. I mean, that's why I'm not using the USB ones. I mean, I have a real option. I can just walk over to my 486 machine and it'll just work on DOS. But I don't know how big the files are and how big of a pain in the butt it will be to get that off. So I kind of don't want to. I know, yada yada, like USB CH375, all that fun stuff. But, nah. So... why did it say no medium found? So does that mean if I put this in, click, watch, this just works, and literally all I do is just put the disk in. No way. Sure it's making a lot of sound. Grease Weasel, it's not how SuperDisks work. Man, it's making a lot of sound. I'm gonna go get my coffee while it sorts itself out. That's different. I like a different error. Device. Oh my gosh, did it just work? Wait, did it just work? Oh, that's gonna suck if it worked. An error occurred on Doodad. Device contains VFAT signature. No, don't do that. Q. F disk. L. Somehow I don't think that's quite correct. It does say LS120, does it? Oh yeah, it does. I mean, I think that's just the drive ID. Floppy disk may not have a partition table. I don't think that's how it works. Make USB cable for the camera? I can't make a connector. That is beyond the capability of small scale manufacturing. Huh. Okay. I'm willing to retake the photos, but I'm now questioning whether or not the disk is like actually good. So I'm going to eject it. All right, motor eject worked. And it should show no data. Perfect. Okay, so let me grab a camera. We're going to try and format the disk in the camera. I'm willing to retake the photos. That's the wrong one. This one. Here we go. Okay. So, focus. There we go. There. All right. So, because batteries are for suckers, I'm using one of the adjustable power supplies, and I just have it set to 7.2 volts, which is what the bottom of the camera says it takes, and also probably just 2-cell battery, so, you know, kind of makes sense. So, with that, I'll open the ka-chunk, and then flip the record, and it extends the lens. Bzzz. And then, look, it's a camera, yay! And then we just take the SuperDisk and we put it in. And I want to see it actually read the photos back. I want to make sure that it's good, that the file system at least makes sense on this. Try the drive with a standard floppy disk. Wait, can it do that? Hold on, do I not have to? Let's just play. Wait, if we can take photos to a regular floppy disk and screw this, we don't actually have to use the SuperDisk. Yes? Oh, well, screw this then. Also, the photo's loaded. Okay, yeah, no. I'll take the easy way out. I don't have a problem with that. My only goal is to just take a photo. It's not to take a photo and get it off of a SuperDisk. That's like way extra work I don't need to deal with. MD Fury, I am working at an office where I archive and preserve these materials. So I am not officially a 501c3 museum. I kind of want to be. But I'm pretty much as close as you get. Okay, so let's go ahead and eject this. It is the tiniest little button ever right there. And I think there's supposed to be a door on this. Oh yeah, it's on the other one still. Ooh, it's a door. Hey, that's actually got a SuperDisk in it. I am concerned about that. One moment. Let me swap cameras real quick like. Because I need to know if I need to purge that before I accidentally turn it on and show it on stream by getting these backwards. Ooh, wow, this one sounds very different.
Oraku says CHEER 100T, how the simple fact of owning 2 of them.
End of line.
I'm concerned this is going to go the other direction. This is just going to make me cry, but we'll see. Nope, I need to delete what is on this. Okay, that's good to know. All right. How can I format this? You know what? I will make that a job for later. Let's just get this disk out of here. Okay. What's on it? Stuff that doesn't need to exist anymore. Just other people's stuff that I don't want to deal with. I would magnetically erase that, but they are hard sectored, and I don't think I can do that. It might be optical. I'll wipe it properly later. Anyway, I want to take photos of this camera with that camera because I already cleaned the lens on this one, and it's kind of like weird and floaty, and I'm a little nervous. Okay, turning this off. Oh, well, the thing came unplugged, so you know what? No. Well, sure, I'll leave it. Okay, let's see what we can do with a regular floppy in one of these.
For a goose CHEER 100, we had one of the Mavicas on a site that had the mini DVD. The sales director left a disk in ... Those memories are still stuck in my head and I want them gone.
End of line.
See, I can tell you the photo I saw on that, just the one, was fine. There was nothing wrong. The person who took that photo, maybe they would want it back. It was dated 2007. There's no way for me to find that person. But the fact that there were photos on there tells me, or that there were any photos on there, makes me concerned that there could be photos that I don't want on there. So, yeah, we're not messing with that. That's how it's going. All right, what are we up to? Delaying the inevitable. No. Just real quick, I want to take a photo of this SuperDisk camera with this SuperDisk camera and a couple of other things just for giggles. But I was told that it can read regular floppies, which is going to be way easier than trying to figure out how to read a SuperDisk on a modern computer. So I just want to do this real quick. So here we go. We're going to just figure out how to format this real quick. Disk error. You sure it can read regular floppies? It's not ejecting that. Oh, that was spooky. How confident are we that it can read? The early ones could? How many models of this camera were there? I will try one more. Maybe it has to already be formatted. Is this a disk camera stream? Don't apply labels to this, man. Okay, let's see if it likes this one more. It might want it pre-formatted. Menu. Well, yeah, I know the desktop drives can, but these are totally different. That's why I was surprised. So maybe we do have to actually read the disk. Drives inside the camera are laptop IDE drives. Okay, so they should be the same. All right, so what you're saying is I could upgrade this to LS240. Yeah, I'm not putting it in upside down. All right, let me grab one that's fresh and IBM formatted, and we'll see what it does. Okay. Brand new, unused IBM 144 formatted.
For a goose says CHEER 100 fresh disks FAT12 getting before the glue fails on the label.
End of line.
No glue needed. Harvest these dead cameras for the drives. Ouch! Poor cameras. Well, that one worked. Okay, only 5 photos. Okay, let's make them count. I guess it has to be FAT12 formatted in advance. All right. Yeah, so the Mavicas kind of suck, DZAC, because they want info lithium batteries. At least the fun ones do. Come on. Here we go. All right, don't flash. Good job. Yes, it really makes the fake camera shutter sound.
Wesley Nixon subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 39 months. And says better late than never.
End of line.
Wesley, thank you for the Prime sub, and for 39 months when I'm not using a camera or holding a camera, I will do the number thing. I just want a couple of photos here. And it did flash that. That's fine. Well, there's what a data general looks like. 4 pics left. Yeah, only 4. All right, I'm going to get one of some technical details. These are going on Mastodon and probably on my wiki as well. There's someone on Mastodon who found an ad for this camera, and they're like, I can't find any photos from this camera. So I was like, hold my, floppy. All right. I would take this to a vintage computer and put it next to that, except that it's tethered for power. All right, that's 3 photos. I feel like that's probably good enough. I can't think of anything else that I want to take a photo of that's within arm's reach. So, yeah, I think that'll be it. All right. Let's shut it off so it can, the lens. Take a pic of random PCB. I mean, I can do that. Back to record. Yep, hold on, I was a little early. There we go. Let's see. Let's make it something cool. How about it's something I make Ben sad that I haven't done anything with yet? Ooh. Ah, why'd you do flash? Well, at least I got one more shot after this because that looks awful. What is that? It is a CPM card for an IBM PC. It is a Zebek X-Bec. Oh my god, why with the flash? Well, now we have to delete one, and then I will just put my hand over the flash. There is no... Whoops, power cable came disconnected. Oh, it might have wiped or corrupted the disk. Let's find out. Yeah, because I got a totally really good power setup here. Okay, so play. We'll just delete one of those files. Time to get the right protect tape, yeah. Actually, I don't think I can do that because then it will just darken the image assuming that there was going to be flash. Yeah, so we're going to delete menu, the accept button, the exit button. Menu. Eh. Oh, you press right. Delete page. Oh, you can also just format the page? What? Delete shutter. You take a picture to delete the picture. Boop. That's kind of funny. Stick the mic on the other camera for LS120 ASMR. There's really no good way to keep it on there. Okay, I'm going to delete this one too. Because they both suck. Okay, there we go. Record. Okay. Now, see, here are the options for flash. There is flash on, eyeball, and nothing. There is no disable. I don't know what eyeball means. Maybe that means disable, so let me just try that. But I would think that would mean metered based on visuals. The heck was that? Red eye correction. Oh. So yeah, that still flashed. I have an idea. So on the front of the camera, there's these two little things. I'm wondering if they're like luminosity sensors. So if I just blind it, will it think it doesn't need flash? Nope. Well, kinda. So it did flash, but it changed the intensity of the flash, I'm guessing. That's also what I'm concerned it would do if I tried to cover it with my fingers. That might also be what just happened. How can I make it not use flash? Menu. I can disable all the beeps and stuff, but, you know, I don't hate fun, so I'm not going to. Metal tape over the flash. I'm saying it will go dark if I do that. Here. If I do this, it adjusts the exposure as if it was getting flash and then it's dark. That's the problem. That might be as good as it gets. I don't know. Yeah, that's never happening, Ben. Or DZX, sorry. Did I manage to sneak 3 extra pictures on here, by the way? Because I think I took 2 with flash. Yeah, so we managed to sneak an extra photo on here this time. That's kind of interesting. You know what? I'm just going to go with this isn't worth trying to pursue. So I'm going to turn it off now, and we're just going to go read this floppy. Tape over most of the flash. It's close subject flash always sucks. There's no good time to do it. Anyway, close shutter. Ka-chunk. All right. And now I remember this is an LS drive. So let me turn it back on.
100 to copy this floppy.
And a line.
Gotta be on, which means I gotta open the shutter. Because I don't trust it not to extend the lens when it shouldn't. So it's Mavica time. This is way better than a Mavica. This is a SuperDisk camera. Look at that. SuperDisk. It's like disc, but, you know. And there we go. All right. On to other stuff. coffee is over there. Ugh, excuse me. Okay. Ugh. Like super jail, yeah. Okay. You know, I think I can be lazy. Or not. I thought I had a USB floppy drive over here. Apparently not. Oh, wait, there it is. Ah! No grease weasel today. I don't feel like it. LS120 RAID time, of all of the drives to potentially do that with, LS120 is one of the more sensible ones. Boom! Look at it. It's photos. Oh my gosh, just using that camera like put me back to Windows XP time. I was about to right click and try to send 2 pictures. Format the LS120 disk on Linux. That's not a bad idea. We could try that. What do I format it as? Just FAT32?
Weasels in your area, CHEER 101.
End of line.
Swarm, thank you for the 100 bits. And, oh yeah, Wesley, thank you for 39. That's, yeah, that was awkward. 39 months, thank you. Wait, no, that was 40-some. 39 months, thank you. That took me back to send to, yeah, right? FAT16, all right. Oh, yeah. Well, no, actually, wouldn't it be FAT32 for... Maybe it is FAT... I don't know. Whatever. Let's see what these look like. Boom! Look at it. It's a picture with a, like, taken by a camera. And then that one's also a picture taken by a camera. And then that one, that's a picture taken by a camera. You know, these are pretty good, actually. They're not, like, incredible, but they ain't bad. That's awful. See, that's... I hate Flash. If you ever want to try and, like, recreate photos from the 2000s, just leave Flash on all the time. That's the secret.
90s subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 14 months. And says Kappa.
End of line.
Yes, Digital Ice Age. Collab, thank you for the Prime sub and for 14 months. That's this... No, it's not. That's this many months. Thank you. All right, so now we have them all transferred. Lies, that one's fine. Well, maybe that's the one I actually broke. Okay, so that's the covered Flash. So, looks like OG eBay photos, yeah. Yeah, that's the big one right there. All right. I'm going to have this eject that now. Yeah, that's how this usually goes. Safely remove. Bash? I don't think it's open in Bash. There we go. All right. And now I'm just going to unplug the drive. Boom. XBEC company, XDEC company, both making IBM peripherals at the same time. Oh, that is funny. All right, I'm just going to pop that over by the things. Okay, I wish I had, like, non-suck internet right now. Did I miss part of the stream where we talk about heat pumps, internet connections, and solder joints? You may have me mistaken for someone else. It says streaming in high def. So I have 2 internet connections. One is an LTE connection going to my streaming computer, which is down here. It is dedicated exclusively to the stream. The other one is free ISP Wi-Fi. I do not mix the two. Hecubus, I don't know what you would want, like, pulled off of the cassette. Talking about like the Kansas City standard stuff, because it's just, that's never going to happen. No. Killer Miller, I do this for a living. I'm not a computer repair shop because no one is bringing in vintage computers for repaired. Although actually they would really like to, but there's no way on earth I'm going to do that because the variety in issues can be way too big. It's not a good idea. All right.
Ellen Croft subscribed at Tier 1.
Load.
They've subscribed for 34 months, currently on a 6-month streak, and says 34.
End of line.
Oh, that one's easy. 34. Thank you, Ellen Croft, for the 34 months of Tier 1 sub there. All right, hold on. I really don't know if I'm going to be able to upload these. You know, I got an idea. Wait a minute. I got, excuse me, this thing. This is a cell phone. All right. It also has a data plan. And I just literally haven't been using it. This is where I ported my Skype number to. This is my Note 9. I should, in theory, be able to tether this and then have a less stupid data connection. Where is the vintage cutoff now? I got bad news. We've always said, oh yeah, it's like 20 years ago. No, it's not. It's 2000. It is now permanently the year 2000. Sorry. Why is it permanently the year 2000? Because everything after the year 2000 is exactly the same. Now, don't mind me. I'm just using a micro SD card to turn on this phone because the power button fell out. I don't think that's long enough. There we go. A twist tie. There we go. 2000 was when Pentium 4 was introduced. Yeah. Gonna miss the internet connection, Jake, when it's gone. He says facetiously, yeah, no kidding. I don't know how, but my chat on this computer is, I'm not kidding, like 2 minutes delayed. Like, I don't actually know how that works. GameCube isn't vintage, a DVD-based video game console that is post 3D introduction. No, it's not vintage anymore. Sorry. Yeah, opening the file manager is not going to do any good. That's not what I'm after.
100, it's okay. Chat is often 2 minutes behind as well. We're just lucky.
End of line.
Well, that's not good. That means we got 4 minutes of delay. Okay, hold on. The phone's got to wake up and sort itself out first here. Dreamcast will be vintage? Well, I mean, yeah. Giga discs? That's just crazy. Of course, that's vintage. Okay. How to tether. Let's see. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to go into real settings.
GOGOGADGET 360S subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 22 months. And says 22 is a lot of months. If this was blackjack, for me, it would be the
end of line.
I should thank you for the Tier 1 sub. And for 22 months. I appreciate that. Mobile hotspot, tethering, USB tethering. Oh, yeah, there we go. Boom, and instantly my network connection is not garbage anymore over here. Awesome, okay. Let me just F5 this. You know, let me just disconnect the local connection, maybe. I don't know which one it is. Oh, wait, I could have just looked at the IPs. Hold on. Details. IP is weird, so that's the good one. Okay. Vontrez, everyone has done that, so it's not interesting or unexpected anymore. Alright, hold on. I'm trying to get to, like, the actually relevant thing on Mastodon. Well, see, here's my problem with saying Windows XP is vintage. Oh, hold on. SuperDisk drive's trying to jump off of the computer. Windows XP was in usage like until 2010. So it doesn't really feel vintage. The legs were too long on XP. All right, here we go. This is what I was looking for. So this person wanted to see photos from this camera. And I wanted to take photos with the camera. You ever seen a 385 volt rated capacitor? Because I now have. Fluorescent light ballast? Nope. Okay, hold on. Why is this not uploading? Is this Nextcloud being weird? Uploads. Uploading. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get Nextcloud to upload some photos from this. 385 volt. Is that for the flash of the camera? No, it has nothing to do with the camera at all. It does have to do with the fact that I haven't shaved this morning, though. Why is this not uploading? Does it think it needs to charge in order to upload? Is that the problem? Let's see. Do I have a C cable somewhere around here? I can just plug into this thing. Make it go, hey, you're good. Start uploading pictures now. Wait, what? What is this? Why is there a random drive here? Oh, no, it's uploading. That's why I'm getting notification sounds. Okay. Okay. Refresh. By the way, fun fact, the camera that I have on the arm there is now dust inside of the lens.
They've subscribed for 42 months. And says is the answer.
End of line.
Wait, it said connection error. Answer end of line. No, it isn't, but thank you for the 42 months. Holy moly. That's an important month count. That's this one. 42 months there. I'm a cat. Thank you so much. Where did I put the USB cable that I literally just picked up? There it is. No. This is, I took photos of the camera with this phone so that there would be high resolution photos as well. Oh, I know what's happening. The phone is connected to Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi sucks, so it's not able to upload. Yeah, there we go. Waiting for non-meter Wi-Fi. Nah, man, just upload now. Wasn't dust getting inside of things subject to NASA study at one point because it's such a problem? Maybe. Oh my gosh. Just upload the picture. Settings. Hold on. Auto upload. Configure. Not only on metered Wi-Fi. Save. Disable battery optimization. Go back to uploads. Refresh. Do to uploads. Nextcloud's really being a pain in the butt right now. Sorry. Like it has been for the last couple of weeks for some reason. Maybe it's because it keeps telling me I need to update. I don't know. That could be related. Well, I don't think any camera lens is going to be designed to have dust in the middle of the optical path. So. All right, screw it. I'm just going to upload them to Google Photos. This is what keeps happening over and over again. I can't get away from this because Nextcloud is being a turd. Now I have to go to Google Photos over here. There we go. I just wanted this. All right, here we go. That's it. It's done. Vamptonius, welcome to the frustrating problem of making videos about stuff like this. And why, if you watch car YouTubers, they always sell their cars. Because once you make the video about the thing, you can't make another video about the thing. No, I'm never getting rid of the data generals, but also, no, we're not going to break them out and use them all the time because that would be phenomenally boring, and no one would want to watch that. All right. I don't know what I would ever use the data general for. Like there's no practical application for it anymore. That's why it would be e-waste and why I had to rescue it. There's no reason for me to ever go and turn it on. The most exciting program I have for it is a screen-based editor that I don't know how to use because I would have to read the whole manual. All right, there we go. And let's go ahead and just do this. New page tools. We're just going to go ahead and make a page for this thing. Panasonic Palm Cam PV SD 4090. Wait, I could say I own a 4090. Okay, upload file. I'm gonna go to the special upload wizard because I want to be lazy and I just want to do this. And I want to do this. No, stay on page, add more files. Oh, you drop them onto that. Okay. Boom. There we go. First stream typing from a new keyboard. Finally got a mechanical one. Nice. So the camera will not burn your house down, thankfully, especially mine, since they don't have batteries in them. All right, continue. This file's my own work, blah, blah, blah. SA4, check. Okay. What's the thing? You know, we'll just call it Panasonic Palm Cam. Panasonic Palm Cam. Digital Ice Age is looking at me uploading these photos like the guy standing behind the tree right now. Panasonic Palm Cam. Self. Why is my E key not working? Self. Photo. Kind of. What's the capacitor attached to? A shaver. Date today. Panasonic Palm Cam. Data. General. Dasher. Do you need a sickos emote? I said behind a tree, not the sickos one. I wasn't trying to be like that. HP test gear, because it's not just the spectrum analyzer. The E key's a waste, yeah, right? And just Panasonic Palm Cam. Straight up. Boom. Oh yeah, I gotta put a date on all of them. Stupid date requirement. Okay, there we go. Publish! Yay! Alright, edit. Nope. Panasonic Palm Cam. Panasonic. Device category, camera, which probably does not exist. Condition, apparently working, but we're not going to do that because I have two of them, so technically I should add 2 examples. That's my next article? Wow, okay. Model number, PV thingamajig, FCC ID, no clue, color, silver. Let's see, removable storage. We can do this, but also LS120 SuperDisk. Okay. Let's see. Display interface. 3.5 millimeter TRRS composite out. External connectors. Pre-standard mini USB square. Input voltage 7.2 volt DC. I don't know what the barrel jack is, size-wise. Power pin out. Image. No, we don't want an image. Center positive. Oh my gosh, dude, E key. What gives? Have I used the E key too much? Is that what's going on? Center positive. That was too many E's. Smaller barrel jack, because I don't know what size it is. I don't really feel like doing that. Measuring it right now. Okay. Apply changes. Yeah, I'm not gonna add like stuff. Photos. Insert.
100 dot contribution to the new wiki fund dot.
End of line.
Sleepy, thank you for the 100 bits. Let's add this. And let's just be lazy. And let's add this. And let's be lazy. And let's add this. And let's be lazy. All right. Example photos. Bought a Mac Portable. Wow, fancy. Does it work? I don't think they're that reliable, aren't they? A digital camera that uses LS120 SuperDisks as the storage media. Photo resolution is 1280 by 960. Someone asked that, I didn't say it. Wonder if I got a response back. No.
Belgiumet says CHEER 101 contribution to the new wiki fund, this time in lowercase and ASCII.
End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 101 bits. I am correct about that resolution, right? 1280 by 960, yeah. Hopefully it doesn't have GPS so you guys don't know where the office is. Okay, I think we're good there. Yeah, I'm just going with that for now. All right. Includes carrying case and manuals. Fancy. In immaculate shape. Ooh, nice. And they removed the batteries. Crazy. You lucked out. All right, there we go. So you got sample photos. Boom. Photos like this are awesome. You have no frame of reference. Sorry, I just had one of those.
The developer says CHEER 100.
Thank you for taking quality photos of our brethren. When the Roko's Basilisk scenario happens, you will be spared by your command.
Sleepy, thank you for the 100 bits. Yes, that a picture taken for 30 years ago, exactly. I just had one of those moments where it's not going to be able to do something I wanted to with Goliver. This is a Toshiba. Oh my god, it's actually going to be on here, isn't it? Oh. Yep. I was going to take a better picture of him using this camera because I wanted to make a video about this camera. But that's it. That's the photo. Oh my gosh. That's just one of those things that's going to happen all the time now. So many times. this is a smart media camera. I do have the USB cable for this. I will pull that photo off using that later. That must be saved now. All right. Yeah, I have to back that picture up for sure. 100%.
Resource subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 42 months, currently on a 42-month streak. And says the answer to everything.
End of line.
All right. I know, Philip. It's soon. All right. That picture came out better than I thought it did, at least. So there's that. I was gonna say I like the picture of the data general because you have no idea when it was taken, and I was gonna use photos of the cat because he's a cat. You don't know when he's from, and now I can't take new pictures. That's awesome to have a lineage like that old one. Ugh. Green Source, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 42 months. I appreciate that. Well, Digital Ice Age, kind of like you said before, I did read that. I don't think I replied to it. I have so many photos of him. It's why it is, it's really difficult for me to look through to find reference photos for stuff right now. And just Google in general, like literally it's showing a picture of him right now in the, oh, here's what one of your pictures from like last year was. Like it's going to be constant all the time. Like my photo library is a minefield now. But it's only because he was so awesome. So. All right. Here's what I want to do. We could start work on the robot changer now, but we kind of read the SuperDisk, and now I want to see if we can actually read the SuperDisk if we format it on the PC. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shut down the computer. And I'm going to reconnect the drive because it kind of fell down and disconnected. And then we'll see what happens. If we can format the disk in a modern computer so that we can actually read it and then see if it will be usable in the Panasonic camera. Okay, rebooting now. And Philip, yeah, I know you're not trying to downplay it. You're just trying to provide emotional support and an outlook for the future. I get it. I know. It's just, it's one of those things where we all think like ours was the best pet, but I swear to you, he was the best cat. Oh, yeah, Ben, that's rough. I did not know that happened. I'm sorry. They're all the best? Yeah. He was the best cat. It feels like it doesn't adequately describe him to say this, in that it denigrates cats, but it is the best description I can give that will instantly get people to understand. He was a cat with a personality of a dog. Get home, there's a cat waiting for me. Go into another room, cat follows me. Like, it's... Not saying dogs are better, because they're not, because he was the best. This is one of those things where it's like, there's never going to be another cat like him. Anyway, I really don't want to, I don't want to, like, bum everyone out by talking about him all the time, so. Sorry. Ugh. I'm waiting for Linux to like lose its mind over the SuperDisk camera. Oh, I think I stopped tethering because I rebooted. Hold on, USB tether. Boom. There we go. I accidentally hit it twice. Yeah, Chloe, that's it. All right, man, that SuperDisk drive is going to town on that disk. Well, there's other people I get to talk to about Flare Spire, and I know it's a depressing topic, so I don't want to bum everyone out and to have people think that that's all I'm going to be talking about. So. It is a really difficult balance. All right. Let's wipe this thing and try seeing if we can format it in a way. Maybe I should just format it in the camera. I wonder what that would be like. No, let's format it on here and let's see if it works on the camera. New DOS file system. All right. New partition. Yeah, do the whole thing. Like all that. Okay. The type will not be Linux. Yeah, Flare Spire, I get it. Save the camera mechanism from overuse. What do you mean? By using the other drive? I just don't have a USB cable straight up, but I don't think I'm going to ever overuse the camera, considering I don't have batteries for it, so I can't take it out in the field. What do you mean, wait, Ben? Solve your noisy spacebar. Did you buy one of those $3,500 keyboards that Adam Savage looked at? All right, we're going to make the type. We're going to make the type. 3D print a battery case, put regular cells in. I don't know. It's not really convinced these particular floppy disks need partition tables. Have fun. It'll work. It's just atypical for a super
CART 1443S. Subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 38 months, currently on a 38-month streak. And says end of line.
End of line.
Cart 1443, thank you for the Prime sub. And that's 32. And then that's for 38 months. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. If there is a USB-C to just generic DC power adapter that I can maybe digitally program the power on so it's not like a knob that can just be bumped, I would be down for that. I would be extremely down for that. And what do you want, phone? Ah, I see. Thank you. Or some have resistors. There is. If you can post about that on Discord, I would be very interested in that. The Seneca keyboard? Yeah, that was the one. All right, Ben, we'll try it your way. We'll do this. Quit. MKFS. All right, and then we're gonna go .fat. All right, and then we're gonna man that so I know how to make it FAT16. Specifies 12F-F. Okay. So F's in chat. FAT16 dev SD A sudo. Oh no, my bluff has been called. Yeah. Should we 16 by default and drive that small? Well, I'm not taking any chances. All right, I think that's it. Here we go. Try the GLI Comet KVM over the internet. I've never even heard of that. No F so far. It should be effing right now. God, sorry. It's making all kinds of noise down there. Here, you guys wanted this earlier. We can do this. Here's your SuperDisk ASMR. So, fun fact about this mic set. One of the reasons I bought these, wow, that was fast, is because they support internal recording on the transmitters as not FAT32, 32-bit float. But there is literally nothing on them marking-wise. It indicates which one is which. So once you put them back into here, if you like haven't marked them yourself, you have no way of knowing which one actually has your recordings on it if you're doing just one at a time. Nope, transmitter does not use SD cards, and I'm very concerned about the internal storage wearing out because of that. There's also no mute switch, as I discussed earlier, which is super frustrating now that I realize that. They're just so cute and tiny, though. I mean, look at that thing. It's ridiculous. I love that it doesn't have a display and that it's just 2 buttons and it's so simple. Integrated clip, and also this is like the best feature I've ever seen on a film-related thing ever. The clip, okay, is 1/4 threaded. How smart is that? It's also metal, so if you have a magnet, you can stick it to the magnet. Yeah, I'm not going to recommend these to anyone because they're, was it $300 or $400? I don't even remember. They are super expensive, but oh my gosh, do I love them. Only the mute switch, only thing I don't like. That, and I kind of wish they used an SD card for internal recording, but it's not the biggest thing. Okay, I don't know if this is going to work without, like, ejecting it and reinserting it, so I'm just going to eject the disk here real quick, like, and then I'll put it back in. It's not easy to get the hit the eject button because there's no front plate on this. All right, motorized eject. And there we go. Reset, look and sound fine. There's no way to justify that sort of money. Oh yeah, no, it's a ridiculous amount of money. I'm super frustrated because I spent the same amount of money on this. This is the analog one. To get one channel that was worthless in the end. And then I had to spend like another $100 getting them set up to be usable for streaming because running on AA's is just insane. Transit biker, try a Cherry G88, G68, or is it G86? It's probably G86. Cherry ML switch low profile, love them. Send eject command to the drive. Yeah, that would have been smart. All right, let's see if this works. I hear it clicking around. Oh, you know what? I should have just... what does it look like if I do this now? Interesting. You aren't authorized to mount this. Ah, there we go. It mounted. Okay. So that worked. I think, maybe. Create folder. Yeah, it'll let me make a file. Okay. So let's eject now, and I'll see if the power eject works. And then we'll go take a photo. And then we'll put it back in and see if this works. It's still working on it down there. By the way, if we had a zip disk camera, I could have done that too. Here's a drive for that. Wait a minute, Helicroft. These are SuperDisk. Wait, they're just internal laptop IDE. Can I put a hard drive in that camera? No! Boo! All right. All right. Back over to here. Here, let me show you the horrible thing so you guys can all notice it forever now. Right here. See that dot that's moving with the camera? That's inside of the lens. There is nothing I can do about it. I can't clean it. Enjoy knowing that now. Bitrate is masking it. Maybe if I had been moving the camera. Time for new lens. Yeah, so this lens still sells for like $600 on eBay, it turns out. I can get it for about $400 if I get it in worse condition than this one is, you know, not including the thing. Okay. Camera.
Says CHEER 100, and now we know it. We will not fail to see it. It's like pointing out the brace wires on a trinitron.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I've actually never seen those on the Aperture grill. I know they exist. I've looked for them. Haven't found them. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, everyone, tell Ben he's dumb in chat. Okay, that's it. That's all we get now. All right, we're going to fresh format this on the camera. There we go, formatted. Okay, 480 pictures. That's way more than it said last time. That disc might have been kind of screwed on the formatting. Okay, let's just take a picture and see what we get. How zoomed in can this go? Wow, a lot. Beep, beep. Why would you use flash? You're literally pointed at a light bulb. Okay. And for giggles, maybe this is the only camera I use for archiving now. So all photos, everything we put on Wiki Tech Tangents.
CHEER 100, should the stream title be changed or?
End of line.
Nah, let's just leave it. Here, I'll take a picture of the disc robot, then it'll be correct. This is black, so I assume, yeah, flash. Period correct camera point and shoot for the object. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that would be really hard to maintain. Okay, so we've got pictures on it now. And thank you for the 100 bits, Goker Gadget. Take an passport photo with it, yeah. I didn't mean for this to be kind of what we were doing today. Look at it, pictures, yay! Wow, it's not fast. All right, let's get this out of here, and we'll try reading it now that it's been freshly formatted on here. Well, actually, that one turned out kind of good. I like that one. Boom! It's kind of nice to have a reason to play with super discs, because they're good. Come on,
This
retract.
subscribed at tier 1.
End of line.
There we go. Is going TV. Thank you for the tier 1 sub and for the first time. I appreciate that. All right, let's go check out if we can actually read the SuperDisk now with the photos on it. I have a stack of the Mac LS120 USB drives. How many of them work? Because I have had really terrible luck with them. I think I have like 3 of them and none of them work. That's surprising, Helen Croft. Oh my gosh. I like the 666 gigs on the on-track file system. I wonder if it intentionally has a screwy file system so you can't just put it in a SuperDisk drive. Maybe they expect you to only use it over USB. Yeah, we can do that, Ben. Do I need to do it into less? Yeah. Oh, it's only 120 megs. I'm sure this will go great. It's going to have to read the whole disk to do this, you know. Just mount dev SDA? I mean... I don't have a file system shortcut, that's right. Yeah, let's just do it in home. Screw it. I have a test folder. Test. Okay. MK folder ls120. Okay. Sudo mount dev SDA to ls120. Yeah, XXC, I know. I think it's not going to know what file system type to use. Oh yeah, 1010. You'll see later today. It works. It's basically fully functional. The real thing is we need to clean up the web UI to make some stuff not dumb. That's what we really need to do. And I need to add a reverse stack option. What did that do? Whoa, it worked? Well, that's cool. Okay. Sweet. I'm guessing this 546, 547, that's the total number of photos ever taken by the camera. So that's probably the shutter count. So, not used a whole lot. Who's dumb now? You partially won. Is there a way we can see what file system the disk actually is? Because what if it's FAT12 and we both win?
Ultimate says CHEER 100 I. In fact, I'm going upgrade that too, and I told you so. Cheer.
End of line.
Look at that hydro thunderiness. By the way, this camera can take video. So, or FAT32, I think that's what I actually meant. Yeah, FAT32 is what I meant. Ooh, that one looks terrible. That's another good one where you just have literally no idea when that photo was taken. Because KDE partition manager is probably not going to tell us too much. Holy moly. We can simplify that a little bit, I think, Ben. We don't have to do the whole drive because it doesn't seem particularly fast. So here's what I'm going to do. dd if equal dev sda of equal image.img bs equal 1 m count equal 1 sudo go. We'll just grab the first megabyte and then file that. It is mechanical zoom, yes. No, I don't think it does digital or zoom at all. Yeah, no. So this Hydro Thunder photo, that was max zoom. That looks fantastic. It's still 1280 by 960, and I believe it. We can see some DTC encoding artifacting there for the JPEGs. They're pretty low quality JPEGs. But other than that, it's not bad. Have the option to save uncompressed. Not that I've looked at or seen. What sort of camera is this? It is a Panasonic PalmCam PV PDSV 4090, I think. No, something like that. Just go to wiki.techtangents.net. Look at the most recently modified page. All right. Weird notification for someone at my house. Let's see. AG3N, I think I'm missing some context to your question, but I have played a lot of Mad Max, the PC game. I don't think I 100%ed it, though. All right. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Is that the file system name? FAT16, apparently. Okay, so it is that. There you go, Ben. Have fun. I can't make the UI bigger because ImGUI. I can open it with XXD, and then we can actually just look at it. Quit. No, I don't want to save. I didn't actually do anything. Image. All right, there you go. All right, we satisfied? Well, SuperDisk drives are not the easiest things to get a hold of, so I do not blame LGR for not trying that. Northsop, we're going to be here for another 2 hours and 15 minutes. When are we ever satisfied? That is fair. Yeah, the USB ones are not very reliable or easy to get working now. That's what I'm saying is that it's not trivial. Apparently, unless you're Helicroft, and you just got to, like, you know, propping your table up that's got one short leg because you have so many of them that work. All right, let's work on the Autopublisher now. All right, I think we have detoured enough. I'm just going to have this eject. That is true. That is mounted. That's cool to use the SuperDisk drive on Linux. I thought it would just work on Linux. I don't think you need drivers. I think it's just standard ATAPI commands. So I don't think you need drivers for the IDE drive, which is why it is so nice. But for some reason, I think the USB one is weird. It does not just show up as like USB mass storage or something. I might be wrong there, though. All right, so git pull origin web. Just make sure we're up to date. Okay. Got them all from work, read big student holds computer classes, all at LS120 drives. Oh, well, that makes sense, because students weren't buying LS120 disks. That explains why they work so well. Maybe they could have gotten used for the 144s, but yeah, probably not as much for the LS120s. All right. Boom. All right. Okay. I need to plug in power and data and all that fun stuff. But now it's going to be time for Autopublisher, not RoboRacer. RoboRacer is the more fun name, but Autopublisher is the more useful device. Okay, so we need this. Beautiful. I can get this a little closer and angle it down, and then you can see all the things. Okay. I need the USB-C cable for it, and it has it's technically, you know, standard USB-C, but it has a custom one for it. It's because everything is awful. The USB-C cable for this, I cut the sheath, the rubber, whatever thing back extra so that it will actually fit in my panel mount thing, because I used, you know, high grade cardboard as my panel material, and it doesn't it doesn't stick out that much. Oh, all right, and here's power. Back? Did I lose internet or something? Ugh, okay, and power. I said power. Power. There we go. Ugh. Why don't we name the robot? Because it has a name. It's Autopublisher. If we're going to name it anything, it's going to be Screw Asus. I would mute right now, but I can't. Ugh. Okay. Okay, so let's just real quick, let's run through some stuff. I gotta build a settings file for this too, to make sure this is actually going to be useful. APLS, let's just double check this. So SR234, that should be correct. 234, that should be correct. I don't remember about the calibration values here. Hopefully they're correct. Oh, that's cool, Aleratec. I do have that as well. I just have it on the 144. If you own it on Steam, you can just get the DOS files out of your Steam install, though. All right, so for this, the current thing here... No, I still have the calibrate. Okay, so here's what we'll do. For those of you who have not seen this in action, what I will do is we'll initialize, because we kind of have to initialize. We're going to go ahead and do a load-unload cycle. That way you can understand what this does and why it's so awesome. Okay. USB 0. Okay, that should be good. Have the box version? Yeah. That's the stuff. Okay. Discs. Here we go. Here's some random CDRs. So, I am putting some CDRs in this disk bin here. There we go. And now I'm just going to open this up and I'm going to run my driver directly because I've just added a no such device or doodad. Well, that sucks. ls dev oh, boop. There we go. There we go. Okay, that'll be good. All right. So what this should do, it's going to calibrate the robot. It's going to initialize it, and now it's going to load a disk from this hopper into this drive, and then it will unload that disk into the hopper in the back. Now, here's the real magic of this. Aside from it, working, this is currently running these ASUS drives. These are ASUS DRW24B1ST drives. These are really good for CD ripping. How does it calibrate? I calibrate it. I have manually calibrated it. There are a bunch of different points that you have to specify offsets for. I have a calibration routine in the software that you can run through. It starts here. It's guided. So if you have one of these, you can modify this or just not have all of that. If you just run it directly through what the current Git version is, it will run the calibration routine, which will guide you through doing all of that. So you have one of those in your system right now that can rip pre-gap hidden tracks, which is why it's really good. I can demonstrate that here too. So let me show you the software stack. So this is They Might Be Giants factory showroom. Wait, you can buy this thing? I mean, in the past, I didn't make it. I'm heavily modified it. It's from 2007, so you know what, real quick, let's just do this. I'm gonna have it just load the disk. It's gonna respond that it's already called, so I don't have to do that. RAR Twitch, if you want to know more about this, you can do !YouTube, and in about 2 hours, I'm actually going to be releasing a video that goes into detail about how I reverse engineered this thing and modified it to work exactly how I want. Well, I don't know that that's going to be a bad disk drive, Flare Spire. All I can tell you is that mine is the correct one. All right, so here we're going to do history grep CDP for CD Paranoia. We'll do it this. All right. And then, sure, why not in the controller thing? That'll work fine. All right. We're now ripping the pre-gap hidden track on They Might Be Giants factory showroom. And it's working. This is the magic of the ASUS drives. It is going to throw some SCSI errors here in a moment. About now, yeah. Video is releasing today, yes. Again, in about 2 hours. They can only own one CD with pre-gap audio. Rammstein's, ooh. That's one I wouldn't mind having. Now I have two Haas stuck in my head, thanks. I mean, there's worse things to have stuck in your head, but, you know. Mostly just the riff. I know, like, Sweet Child of Mine is supposed to be the most iconic guitar riff of all time, but come on, do Haas. Man. It's so simple and so good. I don't have to let this fully run, actually, I guess. It's going to rip to about 35 megabytes. Driver's like, I don't like doing this, but I'll do it. Grumpy drive noises. Yeah, but the data is always good.
CHER101 by your command.
Swarm. Thank you for 101 bits. Swirling on the water is good, but don't get me wrong. I love me some Deep Purple, but they're just different. What I do for self-care, it's just stare at a wall. Anyway, that worked. So that's an example of the software doing that. Now, let me show you a different method. I'm going to say, realistically, most iconic guitar riff is going to shift over time, so there's not a real thing, but it was a local radio station that I heard that from. So I put no merit into any of those. All right, disk rip, -S, settings, APLS-W. Let's just look at what this is set up for. Hidden input, output folder, perfect. Okay, so here is the actual use method for this machine. This is a web interface that can control this robot. So we're going to go ahead and, rip that CD that I have in there, which it's already been ripped and it's right here, just as an example. But just to walk you through how this works, I can do this factory showroom. All right, I'm just naming it. I'm not specifying a particular drive. I could say rip it in the top drive, but I don't really want to. I'm going to tell it to rip in whatever drive is free by using the group CD DVD here. And then with that, I just hit start rip. Now what it's going to do is it's going to process this. It assigns it to the top drive. It's going to tell me that it is initializing it. It is currently grabbing the disk from the currently active input bin, which starts out as bin 1 by default. Now it's going to load it in, and then it will automatically start ripping that CD to a bin queue. It will then extract the WAV files from the bin queue, and then it will convert those to FLACs and grab ID3 information from Music Brains to use. Wait till the ASUS drives realize Shelby's got them doing what he wants, and then they activate the self-destruct sequence. You know, they're really lucky I didn't activate their Shelby destruct sequence by going and getting a sledgehammer. About ready to go hydraulic press channel on them with a big old stack and a van tire. There we go. It's now ripping that disk. So, let's go over what our next steps for this should be. Because we have some good groundwork laid here, but the web interface is not perfect for sure. I'm not interested in visuals yet. I'm more concerned about UX than UI at this moment. And there's definitely some more UX that we need. So, how do you automate correcting this? I don't. If it's wrong, that's on you. This is about being as hands-off as possible. So, there's a limit to what you can do. This does technically download all of the MusicBrainz info available for the thing. So if we look here and look at the MusicBrainz data, we'll see that there's actually 2 entries here. So the first one, here we can see, go through, see, there we go, track names. So, Token Back to Brooklyn, ooh, that's interesting. I don't know that I've ever. It has the pre-gap hidden track. That's interesting. In other words, correct on MusicBrainz side. No, that I do not do and will not ever do. That's out of scope. Why do they have Token Back to Brooklyn on here? So we go to Breath of the Wild and we look at one of these. MusicBrainz, look at this. Yeah, there's going to be a bajillion of these, unfortunately. I just want to see what the first track is listed at. Position 1. Oh, interesting. Huh. So we have a position 0 track. Well, that's kind of cool. Well, now I want to look back at my code because I don't understand how this is working. So FLAC, that is correct. No, it's not burned to the beginning of the data layer. Here, I can show you what the table of contents of this disk looks like. So if we go here, I'm going to pull up this Q file and a Q file from a normal CD. So this is a normal CD here, okay? So we can see index 1 starts at 0. What this is saying is the first track on the disk has a beginning index that starts at the beginning of the CD, all right? The CD that's in this drive that has the hidden track, though, we see that we have index 0 at the beginning of the disk, and then we have the actual start of track 1, 1 minute and 1 second in. This means that there is 1 minute of space before the first track supposedly starts. So what you can do in a regular CD player is start track 1 and then rewind, and that will bring it into this pre-gap area is what this is called. But yeah, that's what it is. There is no official track 0. It is the pre-gap for track 1. But it seems like the way that MusicBrainz is identifying it is by calling it track 0, which is curious. Because that's not correct, really. There is no reason you couldn't do this anywhere in the disk. So you can see on these other songs in here, there's, what, like 14 frames-ish of data between the actual start and the real beginning of the track there. So you could theoretically have a pre-gap track on any track. So having it only be for the first track in the MusicBrainz data is a little wrong. No, they didn't get the info about the pre-gap wrong. I don't think there is a standard way to describe pre-gap track data. That's the problem. This is about to finish. It just finished ripping the CD. It's now converting it to WAV and FLAC, and then it'll pop it out and put it in the other bin. Boom, there we go. Basically, CDs are really super duper complicated, and people just try their best to figure out how to describe them. And there is no best, because CDs suck. How does that relate to the lead and track where it counts down? I'm not sure what you mean. CDs don't have a countdown. Oh, gosh. Okay. Let's try something different. This is the PC CD-ROM for Driver. Pre-gap audio between tracks is just played if you let the player only for pre-track audio before the first track. I wonder if that is universally true, but I don't know. Index 0 of every track usually shows as a countdown. Well, that's weird, because they're not usually that long. Although, well, hold on. Let's rip this just to make sure that this is working correctly for CD-ROMs. So, driver game. All right, so let's go ahead and rip this. This will automatically ID this as a data disk, extract the ISO, then it should extract the contents from the ISO. I just want to look at this really quick. So this is poke in the air with a sharp stick. This is an audio sample disc that has many track indices on it. I don't think we have a rip of this on this computer. We might do this next, actually. Let me make sure there is no copy of this on here that I can just reference. No. We'll go ahead and rip this next. That way I can just show you. But I'm curious if the manual in here has any kind of warning for, like, if you play this straight up, it might skip track 0. I just noticed a typo on this. That's hilarious. Yeah, I guess it doesn't warn anything. All right. The other interesting thing about Driver is that it's not just CD-ROM, it's actually CD-ROM XA and multi-mode. You know what? This might be an interesting test. I forgot about this. Let's look at this really quick. This is a... This game has CD audio. And it did... Okay. CDDB has... had... metadata about this. Is it not ripping? Why is it not ripping? We got the Music Brains ID. Typo on a produce CD. It's in the manual, and I would almost not be surprised if this was made on one of these. It's so low volume kind of production. It is glass mastered, but like, yeah, it's a little weird. Oh my God, I really wish I knew how to solve that problem. CD-ROM XA sessions, last track 10. Yeah, that all looks correct. Why are we not ripping it? Are we held up on a Music Brains request? I think we might be. See, this is what I want to solve. I want to try just going through the motions with this thing to see how it behaves, and we've already found a problem. So this isn't an Autopublisher issue. This is a CD rip issue. Yeah, Artemis, I don't think I want to go that far. Vontrez, yes. Did your Robo Racer SA come with anything on the driver disc beyond the manual? And yes, not only are they LightScribe, they're both identical. They clearly just bulk labeled a bunch of discs with LightScribe drives without actually designating them as being for any particular machine. All Aleratec CD robot changer devices have the exact same visual CD. This is clearly not doing anything. I wonder why. What's going on? Let's kill the program. See if it throws an error. No. Curious. It found a session. Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay, multiprocessing, rip in queue, yada yada. Handler, subprocess, communicate, select, thread join. No, that didn't tell me anything. I feel like we failed on the Music Brains request, but it shouldn't have. It came with software? I'm jealous. The Robo Racer LS disc that I got literally only has a PDF on it, no drivers.
David Phantom subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 42 months, currently on a 42-month streak. And says computers are at my window making irritating noise. Computers are in the way when I try to locate the ground. And every time I feel strongly about something, computers are there to tell me I was wrong.
End of line.
David, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for 42 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, as an intermediary step, what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable the Music Brains request. And I want to rerun that. In theory, it might be possible
David Phantom
to...
says no one got the reference CHEER 100.
No.
End of line.
But thank you for the 100 bits, David. Sorry. Okay. Driver. Again. Going. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this one more time. Boom. Whoa, no such file or directory, drive again, JSON, but you got to make that file. Not input, drive again, JSON. No, I didn't touch any directory creation commands. It's just this. But it's not getting to the point where it's even checking the CD. So count sessions should print out how many sessions the disk has. It's not getting to that point. I feel like I experienced this when I was trying to demonstrate this software as well. So let me go to line 120 and web rip and see if there's anything weird going on there. So this has to output this. I might just need an insurer call before this. Okay, it doesn't. The insurer doesn't exist here. Let me go to disk rip. Where's the make a folder thing? Control F, MK, no. Make. Dir. Okay, well, this is frustrating. Remove. Delete. Oh my gosh, where is this? Yeah, okay, Flare Spire. Poke it with a stick. I mean, we could poke it in the ear with a sharp stick. Maybe it's in media reader. I don't know. It's supposed to delete the watch dir on startup, but I don't remember where that's happening now. But it also should recreate it. Oh my gosh, one moment. Give me a second. Oh. Okay. Okay, if path no do path thing, then make path. Okay, let's just stick this here and go with this. If no path, then path. Now it'll work. What are you talking about? Errors and such. Unterminated F string literal. Why is that not terminated? What? Autopublisher. Oh, that was my fault. Okay. Does that mean this one's not terminated too? Okay. Boom. Go! Okay. This time it might work. Driver. Again! Does it have USB utility on it? Is it specifically... Okay, it does have a USB utility on it. It's specifically labeled for RoboRacer SA. Would you like an image? I mean, I would like you to put that on archive.org just in general. Especially because that does not have like a product key and it's not going to be licensed to anyone in particular. So I think that would be cool. But I don't think it would benefit me in any way, unfortunately. Partly just because I'm all done with everything. But okay, let's refresh this. Something happened. Why didn't it start up correctly? Okay. It's not trying to read the drives. Why? Ooh, Matrox, you might be right. It should delete the tempter on startup, but you might be onto something there. So it should be this, yeah. So it should be deleting the temporary directory. Let me double check. It's a good call just to make sure. Yeah, it looks like we're okay. But something weird is going on. I don't know what's going wrong. I can't unplug and replug the USB cable. A little apprehensive about doing that, but let's just try it. ls dev SR0 and 1 only. Deleting directory with the slash at the end, I don't know if it'll work. It's probably fine. Did I leave a slash in there or something? It was in web. Oh, no, there is no slash. Okay. Reconnect USB, and still only SR1 and 0. Ah, there we go. Now they're all there. Okay, that was weird. That was really weird. Okay, let's try this again. Got to recalibrate the robot entirely because I powered it off. And now it should try and close all the trays after it finishes homing a second time. There we go. That's what I want to hear. The weird, like, whispered scream of the drives all spinning up and then realizing, wait, no, never mind. Driver. Actually, just refresh. There we go. We got drives this time. Driver again. Go. Okay. Critical difference this time. CDDB is disabled. Do you know what controller it uses? What do you mean? So, Dizzy, if you've missed the last, like, 2 months of streaming, I fully reverse engineered this thing. The software that I'm running here is my own. I have replaced all USB hardware in the device with my own. USB SATA controller, yes. I do know, because I bought it to put in there. Literally, the only thing I haven't replaced is the arm and the chassis. Yeah, that is super annoying, Matrox. I don't know why it all just died. It's almost like the hub died. Okay, it's actually, it seems like it's doing more this time. Hasn't started ripping a bin queue yet. Interesting. I think I need to enable some kind of, I need to, I need debug mode on. It got stuck in the same place. It wasn't Music Brains. Why? What is it hanging on? So found one session. That was me accidentally pasting stuff in. Okay. Data. Label, driver, PC, X mode, XA sector, session 2. What do you mean session 2? Is that XA weirdness? I know for a fact that CDRDAO can rip this disk. There's a reason that it's in my test suite, and then I've ripped this many times. So I'm not concerned about that. I need to know why my software is not ripping this correctly, what it's hanging on. So where's it getting stuck? Handler CD, 130, OS run command. So 130 in CD is CDRDAO. Okay, maybe we do run it directly. Maybe there is something weird about the parameters that I'm giving it for this. So this is the command that I'm running. Never generates the bin queue. So let's just do from here this exact command. See what we get. There's no disk in the drive, so that's not going to work out too well. I mean, I wrote the utility. I didn't add a verbose mode. Why does it seem like CDRDA... Wait a minute. No, the drives are still there. CDRDAO is crashing. Okay, so the binary's good. Dumb thought. It's actually showing up, right? Driver PC. Yeah, okay, so it can read it. Why is it showing up twice? Well, I've done that once already, Matrox. That's the confusing thing here. I mean, we can try without having my software ever access the drive. So I'm going to kill the Autopublisher's power, repower it. Okay, it's reassigned everything, reconnecting USB. And then we're just going to skip directly to trying to read that disk rather than doing anything else. So CD RDAO. Oh, that's super funky. Okay, let's see what this does. Maybe there was some orphaned process somewhere in the background that I didn't kill. Maybe there still is. Maybe I should just reboot. Oh, that's probably under chat. Sorry. So it's normal for CDRDAO to show this, but it's not normal for it to just hang here. Uh, think the Asus drives can't read a CD-ROM XA disk. Which makes them unsuitable for this application. We have 3 others. Yes, we can try directly connecting them to SATA, bypassing the USB controllers. I am not optimistic. Also, it's not going to be tremendously easy for me to do that right now. Ugh. There's a weird thing I have to try. I have to try the bottom drive still, I think. So, the majority of my drives are firmware revision C. One of them is firmware revision A. I don't know which one it is. Be interesting if firmware revision A can actually read it. And by interesting, I mean I would hate everything. But I'm assuming this is going to crash. I have 6 of these drives total. I have no idea what this PCI bus error is. I don't really care. Just wish it would stop. Alright, well, clearly very cranky about something. I don't know if all of the drives or the hub or something have died. Maybe the hub sucks. I don't know, man. You know, there is one potential here. Maybe I should not plug this into a hub. Sanity, trying to read a CD-ROM XA disk seems to crash the Asus drives. This cable's not long enough to plug directly into the computer anywhere. Alright, power cycling it. Why do I only have 2 of the drives there? Did the 4th drive crash on initialization from just having the disk in there? By fourth, I mean third. If that's the case, yeah, that's going to pretty clearly state, yep, don't work with that drive. All right. Fully off, fully unplugged. We only have SR1 and SR0. No, I shouldn't plug that in yet. All right. Powering, drives, and hub, and all that fun business. All right. Plugging in data. We should see, yep, SR2, 3, 4. Nah, we don't really know anything. RAR. Yeah, it just poisons the drive the instant it's put in. I never had a USB SuperDisk drive plugged in. It's connected directly to IDE. There are two different USB SATA controllers in there. The top and bottom drive and the middle drive are different. And they work fine with all other disks. Trying to figure out what the next best path of testing would be. I don't want to open the Threadripper system. It sucks too much to work on, so I don't want to deal with that. So I guess I'm dragging the HP Z820 out. We're going to try and figure out HDMI capture for that. Then go put one of the ASUS drives in that directly on SATA, just to eliminate the USB thing. Here's Descent 2 for on CD. This is an earlier mixed mode CD-ROM. I don't actually know what the data track mode is. Let's put it in the... I don't even know what drive it is. It's internal first, since it doesn't die on reading XA disks. Let's see what this is. Mixed mode, I don't see CD-ROM XA. CD data mode 2, yeah. So it claims that it can read mode 2. So this is mode 1 CD data. So let's try this. In case for some weird reason it's mixed modes in general. Let me just go ahead and restart the whole thing though. This is such a bummer because I've had to put so much work into these ASUS drives, and if they're unsuitable, not only does it mean all of the work that I just did is worthless, it means the video that I'm about to publish in an hour has inaccurate information in it. So first off, demessage. Wait, is that just mixed mode in general? Hold on. That just happened. Is that a different error? Legal mode for this track. Tell me this drive can't read mixed mode discs? What? How is that possible? I honestly don't remember anymore. How sanity, it's been too long. It's been too much. All right, well, I'm going to start dragging out the HPZ A20, I guess. This is an incredibly frustrating end to the stream. Not that we're ending right now, but like, it's last quarter. I'm not withholding the video, but I will apparently be adding a pinned comment that says, "Psych, these drives suck still, ha ha!" Oh, it's so heavy. Where would you expect Asus to publish that they have their drives designed in such a way that if you tried to put them in a CD robot, it would make you want to punch a hole through a wall? It's not exactly standard specifications of how far out CD drives eject. So you can't really say they should have published that because it's not like there's anywhere for that kind of information. All right. This is the exact same kind of drive that is in that machine. It's just a computer, Vontrez. There's nothing ridiculously special about it. I'm just going to put this drive in here. Not particularly pretty like, just in there. Actually, I'm going to do it down here. Okay, at least somewhat pretty like, I guess, because the connectors won't plug in elsewise. Come on, plug in. Why does power plug in with a cable going upside down? So weird. There. And boom. Okay. Ugh. What'd you miss? Oh, guess what, DZAC? The Asus drives aren't acceptable. Yay. All right. Did I find my second point of sale keyboard? Because I feel like I did. I think I even put it somewhere I could get to. Yeah, well, this is at least one of them. It's not the one I was thinking of, but it'll work. Why are these cables all wrapped on each other? Oh. That'll work. There we go. Okay. Keyboard. Now I need power. This looks like power. That'll do. Plug. Now we need video. That looks like HDMI. I wonder where it goes. I have literally no idea. What about this one? One's plugged into something. I don't know, man. Where does this go to? Okay, there is no HDMI cable plugged into the fourth input on the ATEM, so I'm just going to plug it in there. That long HDMI cable that I just got go to. Tell me I used it already. Sorry, this is just definitely not a thing that I was planning to have to do today, so I was not set up for bringing out a modern system to use. Guess I'm going to just use this cable. So bear with me for a moment. Okay. In theory, this should boot and show up down there, whatever. Let's see. That is the only video connected. There we go. Perfect. Okay. That didn't help at all. I don't see how it's possible for the SATA interface to make a difference for what kind of media is plugged in. That should all be at the data layer, not the interface layer. As far as SATA is concerned, I could be using a SATA IDE adapter to plug that SuperDisk drive in here. It shouldn't actually matter. Yes, DZAC, it is. Again, one of the reasons why I didn't really want to do this. Don't want to lose track of my flashlight. What was I using this for? Oh, to try and fool the light sensor on the SuperDisk camera. That's right. Oh, I didn't even plug this in. Let's go ahead and do that, so I can actually control the thing. Okay. Well, the point I was trying to make, Helen Croft, is that it shouldn't matter what kind of CD I put in there as far as the USB SATA adapter is concerned. That, once it starts working and exchanging data, it shouldn't make a difference. I feel like this test is going to be inconclusive anyway. Even if it passes this, I'm not fully convinced that this will be a thing.
Subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 34 months. And says, as usual, I'm here right on time. Now, let's see some finger math.
End of line.
There you go. 34 months, Carthouse, and thank you for the tier 1 sub. DZAC, they better not put Shadow or Sonic on an AMD one. They need to put Shadow on there. Ow. Oh, look, another SuperDisk drive. That's not too surprising, Helen Croft. It's kind of, they are weird. I think they're mostly a tappy storage or whatever, but maybe not completely. Let's be real, DZAC. Knuckles isn't as cool. He's not going to get his own one. They tried with Sonic 3. It wasn't good enough. It's almost a computer. It just needs a little more time. Oh, we had a mouse cursor. It took it away. Nope, not spinning Rust. It's literally a server. It's dual E5 2690s. Woo, woo, wobble, wobble, wobble. Okay. Let's do this. No,
119 RAers from T2
Oh.
SDE
Whoa.
have joined.
End of line.
T2 SDE and Raiders, hello and welcome. We are currently attempting to test. Apparently, no, there's a test folder. I just got finished putting together this CD ripping robot that has an arm to move disks between multiple bins. And what happened is I put a mixed mode disk into one of the Asus drives that I have in there, and the drive crashed. And this is after a month of work of trying to get these drives specifically to work, that this happened. And I'm kind of frustrated by this. So what we are about to test is if it is the drive itself, or maybe somehow my USB SATA interface or something that could be causing the issue. So over here, we're going to get dmessage. Yeah, it probably should be root or whatever, you know, sudo, do my homework. Do I have a smart password? I do. Okay, cool. So that's maybe our CD drive. Yeah, CD-ROM. I haven't actually put a disk in yet. I am about to. Okay. So, did you get it to throw disks? No, it turns out it will not release a disk while moving. All right, here we go. Closing drive with a mixed mode CD-ROM XA disk in there. Let's see what happens. On the other computer, it throws an error. And, yep, just like that. Oh, my gosh, are you kidding me? These drives can't read mixed mode disks. What? How is that even possible? Oh, you're kidding me. Seriously. It can read a pre-gap hidden track, but not a mixed mode disc. Mixed mode. You ever play an old PC game on a CD where it plays music from the CD as you're playing the game? That's mixed mode. It means track 1 is the data for the game, and all of the other tracks on the disc are for audio. Oh my gosh. How? Yeah, didn't we read a PS1 game in these? Hold on. What does that do? Let's put in a PS1 game. What does that look like? Rampage World Tour. Dude, I swear we even ripped this with these drives. Maybe we ripped it with the light-ons. Oh my gosh. This is awful. Okay, 275 was the last update time. It was 2 different discs that we put in. Both of them are in fantastic shape. Yeah, there we go. Mixed mode PS1 disc. Same thing. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? All right, let's look this up, because I've never heard of a drive not being able to read mixed mode discs. This is kind of insane. And Paul Guy, I just kind of wish the science hadn't taken a month of my life. And that I wasn't sitting on the publication for the science that's now wrong. It's like finding out that you sent your thesis to nature.com or whatever, and they're about to publish it, and you gotta email them and tell them, like, stop, no, it turns out chickens don't have 6 legs.
Sleepy developers
It's the old blue computer.
CAPER 100. Now we need 2 burning stations, 1 light on and 1 ASUS.
End of line.
One moment. Okay, that is a Data General Micro Nova over there. There are a lot of streams about refurbishing it to get it working. Yeah, the monitor and keyboard is a terminal. That is a Data General Dasher D2. But the computer that it's sitting on top of, which that is a computer, yeah. Okay, now we gotta actually filter out the Google search results to only be mixed mode. Some newer CD drives don't support mixed mode. I've never seen this before. What? Yeah, the computer under it is a Data General Micronova. It is not an MP100 or MP200. It's an original. To the right of it is a Nova 4X. Dude, we got one person who's commented that CD drives, modern discs can't. Jeez. Control on off? Yeah, really. Oh my gosh. NTI, that is wrong. Data session and audio session, no, it's all one session. Okay, ArchWiki, let's see if you can get this right. Mixed mode. ISO images only store one data track. When I create a data image, mixed mode. Talk bin, that's fine. Except for the talk part. Talk's stupid. All my homies hate talk. Let me say to Jesus, I mean, it's getting to that point. I really didn't think that this would be necessary. Yeah, Yellow Book is the CD-ROM standard. Mixed mode is the more common modern term for it, though, I would say. This is such a difficult thing to search for. Because not only does the problem have to be identified, we need a person who understands the implications of the problem. And then we need someone who's actually discovered the problem. It's like, this is... No, Ben, you cannot. Yeah, you can only remove stuff from a video. You cannot add to it. I'm not putting that in the title. Screw that. Just pinning a comment. Related products? Oh, the Blu-ray drive. Oh, yeah. I was actually contemplating getting the Blu-ray drive. Now, absolutely not. Not even. No. This is so frustrating. Yeah, video descriptions may as well not even exist at this point. They only exist so people can put links to sponsors. They should just convert all descriptions to prefix text for a pinned comment. Yeah, can write, CDR, CDRW. What phone? Depth of description sets perfect for future historians. They're just trying to get history off YouTube. That's just blech. Like, the drive is from... When is the drive from? Let's figure this out. When was this drive released? Amazon. Let's look at the oldest reviews. ...2018, 2020... Dude, what kind of sucker's buying this in 2025? Oh my gosh. 21. So 2018 is the earliest we've seen so far. Sort by most recent, go to last page. Oh, don't tell me it's just next. Ugh. 4,000 reviews for an optical drive. Why? Okay, news. I'm gonna guess 2014. That sounds about right. So, 2014, there wouldn't have been any mixed mode discs published probably within the last decade. It's not an HP capture. You know what? You are. Sorry. How has no one mentioned that yet? Here I am. I've been looking at a bunch of stuff. I've been trying to look up like specs and stuff for the Asus drives, and then no one's like. Everyone realizes that I'm looking at the clock, waiting for the time to end now, so I can go cry. No wonder they're not on any of the lists for the archiving projects. Because they suck. Here's the thing that's really frustrating right now. This thing is unusable currently in this state. I mean, sure, it can rip some disks, but I cannot use it. I mean, if you want to try a mixed mode one, yeah, you can do that, and we can find out. It would be interesting to know, since I can't even find confirmation of my own test here. Yeah, that sounds right. I think they've only made one. It's not like Blu-ray's been a giant hit in the PC world. Confirmed to suck for archiving list projects? Yeah, no kidding. And this is where my video becomes frustrating, because I say I like this drive in the video, and now, no. Like, I've never even heard of this before. Mixed mode CD doesn't work. Screw you, Google. Dumb question. Same dumb question. It's like not relevant. That's about an ISO or a BinQ, sorry. Yeah, exactly, old one. Here's a fun fact. There is more software published on Laserdisc than on Blu-ray. Not including game consoles, like PC software. That's how ridiculously underutilized Blu-ray is. I mean, there's probably like a handful of Blu-ray published titles, but not widescreen, that's for sure. Dude, this cannot be a common thing. I cannot find any information about mixed mode discs not working, other than one comment. Here, this is it. Some newer drives no longer support CDI, Green Book, or mixed mode. That's it. That's the only comment I can find about this. And from 2016, that would only be like 2 years after this drive was made. Well, the good news is I'm only invested in these Asus drives about $60. I have no idea, old one. It's insane. So if I can find a different acceptable drive, dude, so frustrating. So frustrating. I don't need it to be a new drive. I just need a drive that's acceptable for this. I genuinely cannot believe that these are this stupid. This is like on the order of magnitude of Intel motherboards only supporting one floppy drive. Like, there's literally no reason to do that. It's not lazy. Like, I genuinely cannot imagine. Well, Thrasher, with Plexer, you're a lot safer. Let me, out of curiosity, look up that drive. Some of the later Plexers are not known to be good, though, so you gotta get older ones. And this might be a newer one, though. That looks like a newer one, maybe. Yeah, I got bad news for you. This one's not a real Plexer. You should test. Fresher, you don't have a pre-gap disc, do you? Because if you do, I would be interested in knowing whether or not... You know what? It's still kind of cheap. I don't know. As far as I know, this one is a do not get for archiving. To take extra work to remove it from basic firmware? Yeah, exactly. Like, only supporting one drive on your motherboard. You have to, like, go out of your way to make the BIOS only support one drive. Dude. Do I put the light-ons back in for now? I think I have to. So I won't get pre-gap, but I'm pretty sure those ripped mix mode. I mean, we can test. Oh my gosh, they're IDE. Oh, got it. So it's current. No, I can't put the light-ons back in. I mean, I could, but then I'd have to go back to the original controller and lose the USB 3.0. Samuel, we cannot mix and match drives. The one thing I've learned is that they have to all be the exact same drive. Let's look up the light-ons. What's their max read speed? Good Lord. Writing at 48x? Why was this USB 2.0? I mean, well, 2007, I'm not sure 3.0 was out yet. Let's see. Only useful information found about drive dates, sites not guaranteed to be compatible duplicators. Oh, that's amazing. I didn't know that. That's hilarious. So, Wesley, no. Ideally, I just get a drive from this list. Well, here's the problem. I need 3 drives from this list. (2008) 3.0's first year? Okay, so it couldn't have been 3.0. Fair enough. Because this is from 2007, if I remember right. I mean, they do list your Blu-ray drive there. I think Thrasher was the one who had it. No. Oh, Thrasher had the Plex store. That I think is not going to be a good one. So CD read compliant, CD-DA, CD-ROM XA. Well, I mean, there we go. It says multi-session, karaoke. I mean, that's all pretty darn good there. It's a shame it can't do pre-gap. Can you use that custom firmware? No, because my drive is not in this list. That's for the Blu-ray drive, not for my drive.
They have given 20 gift subs in the channel.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub there. Yeah, you can get these easily, but they're like $150. And I don't know if you've seen the video. It's going to be released in like 20 minutes or so. But I had to heavily modify the Asus drives to make them work with this thing. And if the modern Blu-ray drive is the same way, that's not going to be a good thing. To make a long story short, the Asus drives that die on the mix mode stuff, they eject the tray out farther when there's no disk and shorter when there is a disk, which makes it impossible to use with the robot. I manually modified the drives to fix that physically. Yeah, it seems like that Blu-ray is kind of a golden child. I mean, generally everyone wants the Plex stores. So I don't know. The other thing is, was it like the CD paranoia list? Here's an LG WH16NS40. This is unsuitable. It cannot read pre-gap tracks. Dell server's laptop drive. Well, here's the thing. I need 3 of them. That's the problem. Wesley, it must be 3 identical drives. To put them in the robot, I cannot have the trays be in different positions, or else I would have to recalibrate the drives every single time I try to change disks between them. I have 2 Plex stores in the generic duplicator that are CD only, which is not acceptable. This must be able to read DVDs. Like, I don't trust that this can read mixed mode discs. I don't trust that the tray isn't going to do something insane. And I have to buy 3 of them. And just give you a head start with the driver too. Yeah, the problem is I need the 3 and I need it to work. They need to apparently have a very specific set of skills. To eBay, I mean, they're not going to be that much cheaper. Is there any firmware upgrades for the drives? There's really not a lot of information at all for the Asus drives, so I'm not thinking there's going to be. Asus DRW 24B1ST firmware. You know what? Stay here. They actually list the drives. BIOS and firmware. There is nothing. Oh. Firmware 1.0 from 2014. Why would we ever need that? I mean, thanks, but like, why? Yeah, I'm not buying anything from China. Yeah, exactly. Sanity's right. Nope. Well, Wesley, so almost every single drive on that recommended list costs more than this. Because except for that drive, they're all Plex stores, and everybody is... They want to mainline Plex store drives. I think Plex store drives are the greatest thing that's ever been made. They want to put Plex store drives in a safety deposit box in a bank instead of investment materials because they love them so much. You don't get cheap Plex stores. Like here, let's throw one of these on eBay really quick. Let's just do this. eBay Plex store, and then the other problems are all like IDE. So, CD, DVD, wait, that's way too cheap. Why? Hold on, 60A, that's a 50. That's not the same. That's why. See, this is where this gets tricky, because we have to make sure that it's the exact ones, because we'll go through the list. The 50's not in there, because these are skirting the line between true Plex stores and the garbage Plex stores. So 60A, $100. There we go. 60A, $351. If it's on that list, it's a gargantuan pile of money. probably want SA. Actually, the SA ones I've seen, well, yes, the SA means SATA, yes. It also means platinum card. There's one of these wikis somewhere that, it's like a, it's not for redump. I forget what it's for, like CD Paranoia or something. CD drive compatibility list. Where it's not even, it's some dude's like personal page on the wiki. Is it CD Paranoia? Paranoia. Oh gosh, I don't remember what it is. And they recommend not getting the SATA drives just because they're so desirable. Like, they're bought by people who are being dumb with money. They're not bought by the people who actually want to use them. So yeah, that's what I would expect from the drives from this list. So I could get any of them, or I could get this. Oh my god, do I buy 3 of these? I really don't want to buy 3 of these. Someone said they have one of these, right? This drive, is it? If you're still here, could you do one test? Just one test for me? Can it do pre-gaps? Don't know. It's on the redump list, and there's custom firmware. So it's possible you have it, Dizzy. Okay, can you do me one test here? All right. Is that HP still on? Yeah. Hold on. Let me show you the one test I would like you to do with this drive. Okay. Hold on. I just did something weird with OBS. Okay. Okay. You have no pre-gap disk. Don't even need that, okay? It's a way simpler test, okay? This is the Asus DVD drive, okay? I want you to see this, all right? CDR, boom, going in the tray, okay? Now, I'm gonna grab a silver Sharpie. I'm just gonna mark the tray right there, okay? So, we can see that mark on the tray. I'm going to close it. I'm going to wait a second for it to realize there's a disk, and I'm going to reopen it. Huh, that's weird. The silver Sharpie mark is farther back. Let's try that again. I'm going to change the angle just slightly. Okay, we can barely see the Sharpie mark. I'm going to close the drive. Note that I have removed the disk. Now I'm going to open it again. Oh, hey, look, there's a Sharpie mark again. This is why I hate these drives. The tray ejects different distances with or without a disk. So if your Blu-ray drive doesn't do that, I'm interested. But if your Blu-ray drive does that, then I'm going another route. So if you can test that for me. Probably an easier test would be something like this. Oh, it's not the belt slipping. No, it's very, very consistent. That is, and it's not a belt that's geared. So yeah, you can just do something like hold something in front of it and then open and close it so that you know it's the same distance. Well, if you can check that, yeah, anyone who can check this, like, that's all I need to know. That test is it. It not doing that makes it far more palatable. I guess also it would be nice to know if it can read mixed mode discs, but it's not slopping the mechanism. I'm telling you, Paul Guy, they are monsters. They are evil. Asus did this intentionally. I'm not kidding. It is so perfectly consistent in exactly where it stops with or without a disk. They are designed deliberately not to be usable with CD changers. Here's the other fun thing, okay? Here, while we're here, let me just show you this too. I'll put the disk back in. All right, boom. Close it. Let it read that there's a disk, okay? Because there's another element to this. I go over all of this in the video that's going to release in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but here. Okay, so let's eject this. It is now recognized that there's a disk, so it's not going to eject the tray out as far, because they're evil, and I hate them. Okay, that's the shorter position. So here's a fun thing. All I'm going to do is just lift the back up. The back hits the lip of the tray, or the bezel. So it is impossible to lift the disk straight up, as if you were using a CD robot. It gets better. I'm going to pull the disk up and out to the point where it's hitting the front of the drive door, which is really difficult to do. But hey, look, it still hits the bezel. It is not possible to pull the disk out level and maintain the levelness because of how short it closes it. You have to pull it out at an angle. They've designed it specifically so that is the only way to do it, to make it impossible to use with robots. Paul guy, you'll see when the video comes out later. There is a switch inside. I'm pretty sure it's the switch that lets you do this, that it uses to determine when the tray is opened when it has a CD. And I'm pretty sure it uses that switch to know to do that. Linked up page makes it explicit this drive is incompatible with... Oh, yeah. Oh, you're talking about this drive, not the Blu-ray drive. Yeah. Yeah, if I can get confirmation the Blu-ray drive does not do that, Dremel the case. I mean, I did. That's why these ones are all messed up. So there's a lip dremeled out of the top, and then I removed the drive doors, and then I restricted the movement of the tray so that even when it would try to eject long, it ejects short. But yeah, it's all going to be in the video. Opens the same length regardless, disk or not. However, the disk is overlapping the drive case, requiring lift to slide angle. So that is acceptable. The arm does a wiggle motion. You'll see again in the video in 13 minutes. I can work with that. I'll just have to remove the drive doors like this. Voids warranty. What I did to these drives voids warranty, but if the Blu-ray drives do open at a consistent length, then it's fine. So, all right. Thank you, Miss Dot. I appreciate that, if that's a correct pronunciation. MS Dot, if not. Yeah. Dude, I have an actual pickaxe at home. I want to use it on those JSUS drives so bad. I'm not even kidding. By the way, if you ever got to dig a hole, like seriously, get a pickaxe. Oh my gosh, so good. Like it sounds like a joke, but like, dang, man, pickaxes are good at making holes. I'm gonna turn this computer off. Can't believe these can't read mix mode. Creo, what drive do you have? That's a very useful test. Thank you. Pickaxe doesn't sound destructive enough? Yeah, no kidding. Find out they're almost useless. They are useless. The only use they had was that I had 3 of them. And that, yeah. You have an auger? Yeah. Dude, like what? LG, okay. That's good to know. That also tracks with my history of LG drives, so that's good. The one that I have here doesn't have any shenanigans like that. Wood chipper from Harbor Freight, yeah, no kidding. Oh my gosh. That's so frustrating. Hey, at least we had some fun with the SuperDisk cameras today before I found out that I wanted to just absolutely destroy these stupid, evil CD drives. BH16N. So I have one. Mine is WH. But I know it can't rip pre-gaps. That's the thing. Looks like mine not recommended. Also opens a fixed position. Must be some drop of the... No. So... Oh, you mean Asus. Is that an Asus drive that you have, FlareSpire? Sorry. Can we even call them CD drives that don't follow CD specs? Yeah, I know, right? Mixed mode? You can't read mixed mode? Okay. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, maybe they realized that they were... It's the... Are we the baddies? You know, meme. Oh my gosh. So frustrating. Yeah, Ben, there is that. Super cheap, sub $10 generic drives on eBay? I'm not sure what you mean. So we have two problems. Three, depending on how you want to look at it, okay, that we have to solve. One is the problem that is unique to Asus CD DVD drives, apparently, where they open at different lengths just to, you know, be spiteful. The second problem is a more real problem of whether or not the drive can read outside of the table of contents. There are a lot of drives that are good at reading CDs. They can read subchannel and other things, but they can't read out of the table of contents. So that's a big thing. And then the ability to read all of the actual CD information. I mean, I guess that should actually be two. So can read multi-session, can read mixed mode, can read subchannel data. So it's the three levels. So isn't actively working against me for disk duplicators. That's one. Then can actually read all of the stuff that a normal CD can have. That's two. And then level 3 is can read pre-gap. I'm trying to get level 3 drives for this thing because if I was doing all of this effort, I was supposed to do it once, not 3 times now. Ideally, they're SATA since I'm already outfitted for SATA, but I don't really care. Asus drive is consistent regarding the eject tray, but you need to insert at an angle. Okay. Inserting at an angle, again, isn't the biggest problem. I'll remove the drive door, and that will kind of solve that. The robot, which, again, I'm like, I'll cover this in the video. It's just really difficult to set up all the drive angles and stuff. The robot has a motion where it goes to pick up the disk. It moves it straight up, moves it slightly out, and then moves it up again. So it has this wiggle motion specifically designed for drives like that. But if the drive door is in the way, then it's a problem. So I'll just pop that off. So if I need random parallel port drive, yeah. Diego, my opinion for Linux is always I just use Kubuntu. That's it. Yeah. So yeah, Wesley, oh, your point is like a 4th level, the drive needs to be SATA. That's preferable. I would go back to IDE if it was like the perfect drive. Like if I just had 3 Plextor DVD drives that were IDE show up on my doorstep right now, I would switch back to IDE. I would just have to get IDE USB 3.0 adapters. Or it's right on the edge. Like 48 speed CD ripping. Well, no. Individual USB to IDE adapters will work at USB 2.0 speeds. I think even for the fastest speed you can do for DVDs. I think that's always acceptable. But when it comes to the 3 devices, I would have to use USB 3.0 to not choke multiple drives. That's the problem, Helen Croft. We can't, the hub chip will get overwhelmed if we try to rip 3 disks at once. Yeah, there's probably no true USB 3.0 IDE adapters. I'm conflating 2 figures in my head. I covered this, say it with me now, in the video, that IDE, or that these SATA drives, the ASUS drives, are 48-speed drives. They will rip CDs at 7.2 megabytes per second. That's fine for USB 2.0, but 3 of them would be 21.6, all right? The useful maximum bandwidth for USB 2.0 is 35 megabytes per second approximately. That's real close, 21 to 30, all right? It's okay. For something where I want to make sure that these can run at full speed, because once the drives spin up, I don't want to have like a USB bus thing where then it has to slow down while there's a problem and then it spins up again. So what about rip lock? So I kept having people tell me it doesn't impact CDs and I'm never going to rip Blu-rays. I literally do not care about Blu-ray ripping at all. That is in the video, but I didn't explain it too much because I didn't want to dwell on it. What am I going to rip Blu-ray wise? Movies. I own like 10 Blu-ray movies. That's it. I've already ripped them all. Like, Impacts DVDs and Blu-rays. Okay, well, maybe that's what that custom firmware fixes. I don't know. Schmeidlink is cheap enough to impulse buy. $21 drive. Well, hold on, though. If it's just a generic drive, no. We can't do that. No. Okay, so that's that level 1, 2, and 3 thing. We don't know that those drives don't do the stupid tray thing. They probably don't. I've never seen any other drives do this, but I also couldn't tell that these were doing it until I put them in the robot. Anyway, so let's assume they pass level 1, Schmeid. Level 2, we don't know if they can read all the CD stuff. Maybe they can, I don't know, but they're definitely not going to be level 3. So, old 7, only Blu-rays I own or soundtrack Blu-rays would just pop into the drive and dump data off. Yeah. So, ripping Blu-rays is a whole other beast anyway. Yeah, watch the Blu-ray movies. I mean, yeah, so. Oh, that is good to know, Helen Croft, that they're IDE to SATA adapters. Yeah. Yeah, on top of having already ripped all of my Blu-rays, even if I was going to, like, continue ripping Blu-rays, like, maybe I find a lot of them on Craigslist for, like, $10, then it's, like, 300 discs or something, whatever. I'm not going to be able to decode 3 Blu-rays at once. Like, just straight up. There is not going to be enough free processing power available to decode 3 Blu-rays at once. So it's going to be single drive at a time, because I don't want to choke everything down. So, whoa, that is crazy, Thrasher. I would not have guessed that. So the drive you have, Thrasher, is not OEM'd by Plexstore. That's why they are not considered to be true Plexstores. I wonder if ASUS's are OEM, or maybe ASUS and Plexstore at that point shared an upstream OEM. Interesting, though. That's very good to know, and super duper, I cannot use those then. I'd use a Pi to convert. No, just use a USB hub, man. LG does pre-gap. Really? That complicates things. I might ask you more about that later. Because the downside to that Matrox is your Blu-ray drive probably is the same cost as that Asus one. And the Asus one is supported by redump, which is a massive benefit. So, You're worried about hub choking. Well, no. So what I was saying is the internal board that's inside of the Autopublisher will never be used again because the hub chip on it is 2.0. And 3 drives ripping DVDs at once will be able to exceed the bandwidth of that. Guaranteed 100%. So a 3.0 hub, even with just 2.0 drive adapters, is acceptable. That's fine. Yeah, we're out of time. Oh no, shucks. Let me get my phone and hit publish on the video so you guys can finally understand what I'm talking about. Then tomorrow when we come back for the Shelby beats his head against the wall stream because he can't work on the robot anymore, then you'll understand what all I'm yapping about. What do you mean no, Helicroft? It came back with incomplete data. I'll try again with retries enables, get the results to you in Discord. Okay. I have had some drives where they try to rip the stuff and then it doesn't work well. USB 3 hub does basic 2.0 hub stuff. What? So a 3.0 hub with 2.0 devices connected to it still only operates at 2.0? Is that what you're saying? That would be infuriating. Oh my gosh. Testing that would be so difficult. Ugh. So IDE is out. There's no other way around it. It has to be SATA to guarantee that I get USB 3.0 speeds. Oh my gosh, this is awful. Dude, this is the worst project ever. MTT hub is what you want, yeah. So about the Pi idea? No, because it just means we have to use SATA. I mean, I kind of get what you mean. We could do whatever we want if we have 2.0 devices connected, but... Ugh. All right. I'm not happy with the thumbnail for the video, but like whatever. I don't even know, man. Okay. You know what? I gotta go make a pinned comment now about how the drives suck. Oh my gosh, I can't release it yet. Ugh. One moment. Getting an ad for the stupid Lilo and Stitch movie going on to the YouTube homepage. Dude, I hate this project. Well, I'm not happy with the thumbnail, but I can't think of a better one. So, whatever. Yeah, CD nerd. You're wrong. Alright, let me double check all the things. I'm sure a good YouTuber would put like tags or something on here, but yeah, pass. So, alright, let's publish it. Yay, woo, go have fun. Alright, it's released now. Spam, oh, well, what happened there? Oh, that was cool. What are you changing the reservation help desk at the airport? Yeah. I don't know why it was a black screen. I'm just going to pretend that didn't happen. Anyway, let's go to... Oh, did I leave my... Yes, I did. I left my remote desktop open for the server that whole time. Cool. Bye-bye, data. Okay. Outro time. All right. Yep. That's the end of the stream. What a productive day. Yeah, all right, so go watch the video that explains all the things about why I did the stuff, but keep in mind that the drives that I ended up using with, I'm going to be feeding into a paper shredder. So, yeah, if you enjoyed the stream, then you probably enjoyed the first half where we played with fun cameras that were a happy good time, not the end of the stream where I wanted to cry. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon if you want to... Or get a shirt, I guess. I need to get new shirts. They look pretty bad. The one in the video is rough. What's the other thing? Oh, yeah. I don't even know. You know what? I'm destroyed. I'll see you guys next time. Oh, that's right. There's no mute switch on here. That's so much fun. Oh, the battery light went yellow, too, because it's like, dude, no one is supposed to use a microphone for this long. What's wrong with you? Also, I thought these were supposed to have a 7-hour battery life. That's concerning that it's a yellow light already. That's not gonna age well. Cool. Anyway, all right, bye.